Good job, Sadie. Oh. Get it. Hot today. Hello. Hi, Luna. I am Sweetie Piscetti. Chicken super Sweetie Piscetti. Sadie. Okay, I guess it's rude to talk to you guys when I'm not on the right chain. Yeah. Sadie! I don't know if you remember the chair that Emily used. This might come out weird. The chair that Emily was sitting in when you guys visited. It's a chair that I've been trying to get rid of since I got this chair, because it was taking up so much space in my room. And I finally got it. Well, basically, Emily wasn't sitting on the bed next to you. Like, she was sitting over to the side on this extra chair that I had in my room, which was great at the time because it meant that you all had somewhere to sit. But it's been taking up so much space, and I keep on tripping over it, especially trying to like come in my door, because you know it's kind of a narrow entrance in there with the cane. So I finally got it pulled apart yesterday, and all of a sudden my room just feels enormous. It's very exciting. Kitty! Hi! Hey, darling! Thank you so much for a resub for 5 heckin' months. You know what that means? It means you get to pick a color for the blanket. Really neat. Something. What's this? Blue. Oh. Yeah, basically last year I got the chair that I'm sitting in now because the one I had previous wasn't wide enough for my butt, and the frame of it was pressing into my hips all the time, and it was getting really painful. But it was such a heavy chair. It was a pain in the butt to try and pull apart. Sorry, I just in the 10 minutes before stream running around trying to get ready, and I just like literally sweating bullets. Okay, maybe not literally, metaphorically sweating bullets. But it also means that I'll be able to fold down my treadmill. Quite excited about it. Also, hi Kitty. Yeah, if you want, Kitty, don't forget to let me know your choice of color for the square. You don't have to though. If you don't feel like making a decision, that's fine. You don't have to. Coat rack. As tempting as it is, I'm trying to not do it because this might be my last chance. But yeah, I was running around getting things ready, like my coffee cups and a thing full of ice, and like getting some non-dairy creamer mixed up. Luna knows what I'm talking about for our the sponsored segment of the stream today. Now Sadie knows what I'm talking about too. Because today we're gonna try this today. I'm desperately trying not to dox myself because this is an envelope with my name on it. We don't want to do that. Yeah. So there is a code for chat. Jesus, okay, I need to not use that. I need to use my sewing machine manual instead. So I'm not sure how long that link is for, but yeah, we're gonna try this today. So I'm looking forward to it. I have fixings on my desk to try it. I can try it hot because I've got my single cup coffee machine here. I can try it cold. I've got a big thing of ice and I've got water. So we're gonna try it hot and cold just with water, and then cold with some creamer mixed in. And if it's as strong as I think it is, I'm gonna be buzzing by the end of stream. Because apparently this only takes like 2 teaspoons of coffee to make a cup. So hashtag actually sponsored. I'm super excited. So we'll get to that later though. We'll wait for a few more people because I know there are a couple of other people in. We'll get to that later. But I do have the fixings on my desk. And yesterday we went to a closeout store and got some pretzel sticks, and I may have eaten so many of them that I cut my mouth because they're so delicious. Thank you, kitty. It's super exciting. So yes, that's a thing that will be happening. Always pink. All right, got you. Pink. All right, let me go get that before I get comfy. I think this might be the first. Kitty, yours is a light pink. There's like, no, it's all right. It won't do me any harm. There's like a dusty sort of rose pink, and then like this one. Ooh, it's not as bright as on the camera. Hang on, let me switch over to craft. Follow camera. Dusty rose? Okay. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Hi, Toast. Why is my craft camera not working all of a sudden? That was weird. Hey, there it is. You have a dusty rose? So it's a little more pink than this, but this is pretty close. But this is gonna be the first pink square in the blanket. Everything else is like greens and blues and browns. So it'll be like a little pop. Pop! Man, it's warm. Yeah, it's definitely still good. I mean, we've got some bright purple. Funny, this is purple right here. But if I put the purple filter on, everything else looks gnarly as fuck. It doesn't look that drab. It's just that purple is a shitty color on webcams. Oh my god, it's hot. Here we go. 1980s sewing machine manual. This is for my actual sewing machine. I think it's the 1980 something. I don't think it's got a year. Drab dusty rose. I misread that as drab dusty nose, and I was like, oh dear. Hey, toe. Alright, let me just cool down before I start wrangling yarn, otherwise I'm gonna get all tangled up. Oh, while I do that, I can show you the other thing that I started. I started another blanket. I love that I have the manual for my sewing machine, and I do actually use it. Those pictures. So, you know, with it being so hot lately. And what are you even doing? What are you even doing? With it being so hot, obviously the first thing that comes to mind for craft projects to start is a blanket. Obviously. So this is, I don't know how many of you know the sort of browny blue blanket that I'm making. I'm using the same pattern. But this is, oh, hang on, okay, there we go. So this is with 2 strands of yarn. This is with like a color changing purple yarn and then a white yarn held together. And I think it's gonna look really pretty. Look at that. I love that this webcam does purple. Yeah, it looks so much better than I thought it would. Because I tried this yarn for the cardigan. I don't know if you've seen the picture of it. And it was just too dense for me. That's my hair. Hey. But yeah, this is just sort of softening it out, and I really like it. So this is the other one's too heavy, so this is my sit and watch TV project, because it's just a knit. I don't have to think about it, but I'm just like, oh my god, I love this so much. Which is good, because I have like another 2,000 yards of the purple yarn, so fucked if I know how big this blanket is gonna get. But this is a blanket, this is the me blanket. I keep on doing me projects, and then things just go pear-shaped with them. But because this is a blanket, it's like, why is it gonna be wrong, is it? So, that's what I've been working on for myself. I've been using my interchangeable needles, but I actually have another, is that too dark? I have another set of, a full set of needles with a long cable to work them for. Heck, hot. So oh, I need to add that. I've got 7 squares to make, so it's a lot easier than last week. I had a bunch of brown ones to make last week. Hopefully this isn't picking up on the mic. So tell me about your weeks. What have you been up to this week? Oh, also Sadie, for that question that I asked in mod chat, do you want one, do you want one for Emily or Amelia or both? I was like, which M? Because I'm too lazy to type right now. We're just gonna sit, we're just gonna cool down together. Yeah, I was just like, well, because both is fine as long as I know in advance. Yeah. Okay. That's how the balance was, I thought, but I figured I'd just double check. Alright. It's much hot. Apparently I need to refill my water bottle. Oh. Shit, that's heavy. I have a gallon jug that sits next to my table, a water pitcher that I use to refill my water bottle. So I don't have any excuse to go dehydrated, except for, you know, laziness, yes, inattentiveness. Jesus, it says it's 79 in here. Oh fuck, it's on eco mode. Full power. Plus. Thing is really struggling. Okay, shall we do some crochet then? Do I need to turn the exposure up? I think I need to. Why does the gamma keep altering? Throwing me nuts. Oh, that's awful. Oh, what if? Oh, also today is experiment and is another experiment because. Oh, I have the purple filter on. No wonder it looks so bloody awful. Sake. A very kind, helpful person. Who I don't want to call out without permission. Spent 3 to 4 hours working on my computer on Monday to try and help figure out what was causing the crashes. And he thinks he may have fixed it, but there's another couple of variables potentially to cause problems. So yeah, he took time out of his own day. So bad. Yeah, took time, like 4 hours out of his own day on Monday to try and talk me through my computer because it was making me cry. Hi, hello. So fingers crossed. But if the stream freezes, hey Brayla, if the stream freezes, just sit tight and I'll be rebooting my computer and I'll be back as soon as I can. Usually I can catch it before the disconnection protection kicks in. But just sit tight. I haven't gone anywhere, I promise. Unless the house has been struck by lightning, in which case I'll just text Sadie and Sadie can, or someone can post and chat. So yes, crochet, sponsored coffee segment, maybe knitting if I finish all the crochet. Yeah, with consent. If my house gets struck by lightning. There's a lot of riders on that. Yeah. I was trying to think what I could say to make it sound more or less creepy, and nothing I could think of made it sound any better. It all sounded weird and creepy. Oh. Okay. I don't think we've got storms coming through today. We're getting creepy as jam. It's like, well, I'll poke gently, but it's only if I have your consent. Let's see. What is it right now? Oh, cool. The heat index is 112. That's fun. That explains why my air conditioner is struggling. Wow, that's old. I don't know how... Oh, it's not bright enough. I have my screen too dark for it. 97 feels like 112. Whee! Okay, let's shut up. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm shut up and we can do crochet. But I need the yarn shut up. Green. These are the colors for today, by the way. We've got pinks, purples, blues, one pink, purples, blues, and greens. It's so weird how the color palette is different on this one. The B2 is... I don't know at this point if it's worth trying to wind this into a cake. Just hope that it behaves. Also, next week, if anyone's interested in the game Palia, yeah, not like a delicious cake. I get told off if I refer to yarn as having the right dietary fiber by Punky. So it's not yarn cake is not food. Next Wednesday, I'll be streaming Palia. I got into the partner program for it. So if you're interested in Palia, what I can say is I will give you guys a referral link if you'd like to use it, and then you can get some free shit in game if you make an account from my referral link. And I'm not allowed to say anything else until okay. But if you are interested in Palia, sit tight. Don't make any decisions until Wednesday. That's all I'm allowed to say. Or I'll be put in front of the firing squad. And Palia, it's a very cute upcoming free-to-play MMO. It's like super cozy. It's all like crafting and fishing and housing and cozy things. It is free to play. They've said there will be a cash shop, but it's for cosmetic items only. You can play it single player, you don't have to play it multiplayer. But if anyone here is interested and wants to check it out, please use my referral link, because then you get a fruit basket and I get a hat. Or I don't know what these other things are. It's just a standard referral program. But yeah, it's a very cute game and I'm super looking forward to playing it. I've been looking forward to this one for, I don't know how long it's been in development, like a couple of years now. So I was really excited when they were like, hey, you want to join our partner program? I'm like, yes, thank you. I'll shut up now. Witty. Hi. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. I've not even done any play testing for it. I've seen screenshots, but that's it. And it's just like, let me, like, I could play now. I can, if I wanted, I can play now, but I don't want to do that. I want to share the first stuff on stream. Good one. Oh, I need to adjust the focus on that. Okay. I'm trying to do everything I would normally do for a craft stream in the hope that I can make it. Maybe make it crash? If you played it for an hour or so. Oh, cool. I was telling my hubby last night about how it's on Game Pass. Oh, tempted. I played Satisfactory for a little bit last night after trucks and just went around looking for hard drives. I was pretty excited. I got one of the alternates I got was wet concrete, which is like a nice recipe to have early on. So I can make wet concrete before I have to worry about trying to do aluminium, and that's going to make life so much easier. I prickly love the t-shirt. I don't think it's doing anything. I mean, it is, but barely. Perfect. The only problem is sometimes you get people like, oh, dude, it's Eddie! And then you get people like enthusing about Iron Maiden. Yeah, I'm playing, well, I'm playing on experimental right now, so no mods. Yeah. Yeah, I hate it. It is a crafting MMO, kitty. It's basically, it reminds me a lot of like land, like, or kind of like outside of like Landmark or Free Realms. Danger! Danger! It's a free MMO. So next week, closed beta starts, and the week after is open beta. So. But yes, I know for some people, MMOs are problematic. So if you do have a problem with compulsion in MMOs, please don't just play it because I said so. Yay! You'll get a fruit basket. It looks, oh man, it looks so good. I'm ready for it. Oh hey, I did that one. Excuse me. Oh, hey, well that's fantastic. I'm glad that worked out. Hey, look at that. I'm just gonna say I did it. I did it last week, but I'm gonna claim credit for it today. You guys won't tell, right? 7B is... Yay! I think they were here. I think they're lurking in a couple of streams right now. So I'm not sure where their attention lies. But if I remember, I will pass that on as well for you. I hope they work out for you. I probably need to get some as well, to be honest. Yay, there you go. Oh yeah, no, this is fine. Yeah, let me know how it goes as well, Prickly, if you don't mind. I'm collating data. I'm looking forward to when they're affordable for me. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. We had a big old chat last night, Kitty, about menstrual products. And everyone was like sharing ideas and stuff. It was really awesome. What? No, you're good. Yeah, I should. Maybe I should put some on my wish list. A bit weird. You're so silly. Oh, hey, $20 for a 3-pack. That's not bad at all. I honestly, I don't know what size undies I am now. I got so confused when I came to the States because you get like your dress size or your pant size or whatever, and then undies have their own sizing. That's like, what is this? Yeah, I think best bet's probably like trying a couple on over your clothes and seeing what feels best. Well, that's the same world round, unfortunately. Honestly, that's why I was so surprised that t-shirt that I got from Temu. It fit perfectly and it was like $6 and it looked cute as fuck. And I was just like, what? Can't remember if it was a 2 or a 3X, but it was just like perfect. Honestly, that's the best way of doing it. The problem is when I do that, it makes me sad. I need a new bra as well. And I need to be resized for that. And that is something because as soon as you get big titties, it's impossible to find someone at a store who can actually size you properly. Unless you go like to a fancy department store or an actual lingerie place, which are really fucking expensive. Yeah. Like if you go to a place and all of the staff have got little titties and it's fine. But as soon as you get big titties, you can't get help. They're all just like, wow. Like I know. Yeah. Oh honey, H cup. Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds exhausting. Oh, yeah. I've got one bra left. Oh my god, that would make such a big difference in lifestyle for you. I've got one good bra left and I'm waiting for the wire to pop. Well, you've been a hell of a lot more active over the last like 6 months, Berkeley. That doesn't surprise me. Like 6 months to a year since we started working, doing the deliveries. Titties! Last time I lost weight, everything except titties shrunk. Bum deal. I went from a B to a D cup when I put on a bunch of weight. This was when I was younger, and then I lost the weight, but I kept with the D cup. It was like, wait, that's not how it's supposed to work. Oh. I think that's about where I am at the moment, Toast. I've been forcing myself into a double D, but I leak. We're into these conversations again. Stupid meat suit. I think what it is boobs are boobs, you know, like there's no reason to, I don't know, it's just, they just do their thing. I mean, your boobs did what they were designed for, kitty. And you fed your babies. That's pretty fucking cool. That your biology could do that. I mean, that's what boobs do. Boobs be boobin'. And but whatever shape or form they're in, that's still part of you. And that's still important. Boobs be boobily. And all boobs are great. I'm honestly waiting for my husband to pipe up because sometimes he keeps an eye on chat when I'm streaming. Just wish they weren't heavy. Oh my god. Oh, I wonder when that game is coming out. I like books too. Books and boobs. Yeah. Honestly, the reason I would go for that would be the weight off the back and the shoulders thing. The rest would just be a bonus, or should I say a perk. But yeah, it'd be pretty awesome. But not like super, super anti-gravity. There's like a limit. They can't go up past a certain point. So you don't have to worry about like suffocating yourself. Yeah, they can't. That's ridiculous how heavy they are. It is a smothering risk, 100%. You don't want to lay on your back when you got big titties because then you can't breathe. our craft streams. That's... I like that. I can't sleep on my stomach. I wish I could sleep on my stomach, but my lower back gets so mad at me. So, oh, I also don't know if I'll do it this evening or next week sometime. But I need to do like the yes. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, actually, Berkeley. If I lay on my stomach, I have to have Flint help roll me over because I just get like agonizing pain down the back of my legs if I try and move. Yeah, we try to have like, you know, positive conversations about bodies. You know, these are the meat suits that we have to live with. You know, we gotta. No point being silly about them. And it's okay to not be happy in the meat suit. And it's okay to want change. But you gotta be respectful of other people's decisions too. I cleaned out one of my cheese wool containers to put yarn scraps in. Yeah, I can do that when I sleep by myself in here, Berkeley. But Clint and I, our bed is, we're both quite large people. And there's just not enough space on the bed for us both. It definitely makes a difference. Put a pillow between your knees, and then sometimes I'll like curl around a pillow, and that sort of stops my sternum gets sore sometimes if I sleep on my side. And so just having a pillow to drape your arm over if you're not sleeping over a partner, it sort of stops your chest from getting sore as well. The knee thing definitely works. It smells a bit weird. That's fine. I'm collecting my yarn scraps in a cheese wool container. Oh, I know. Oh, fine. I was just like, it smells funky. I've got like a bar of lavender soap. I'm just gonna put the box with the soap in the bottom of the container. Yeah, we recently, last year I got a new bed frame. We went from like a wooden box to like a metal one, which is fine, and we got a new mattress, but the problem is though the metal slats on the bed are not designed for use really, so when you lay on it, the mattress kind of like pushes through the lines on the bed, so it sort of squishes through. We really need to get something flat in between the base and the mattress for the mattress to be helpful. So sometimes I just sleep in here because the bed in here is more comfortable for me. But like Flint is like, I don't know, 6'4", I think, 6'3", 6'4". He's a tall boy, but so he doesn't really fit in the bed anyway, but there's not room in there for a larger one. Yeah. Oh, like a futon, can you? I mean, honestly, you could probably get a couple of pieces of ply and put them under the mattress and it would work. The only, yeah, the only thing you need to be careful of if you're gonna sleep directly on the floor is that you regularly move your bedding. Because if you leave it all on the floor and you like as a blanket mattress, as it were, but you don't move it around, it'll trap moisture from when you sleep, from your body heat, and from your sweat and stuff from when you're sleeping, and it can actually make you really sick. So you got to make sure if you do that you like fluff them up a lot and allow air to get into the floor underneath too. It's a weird thing that you wouldn't have thought of, but it's something that I learned. Yeah. God, I wish I could wash my blankets 2 to 3 times a week. I need to. Oh God, I've got so much laundry to do tomorrow. But even like mattresses on the floor are still a lot safer than just having like a fabric, like clothes or blankets, whatever. Because mattresses are designed to have a bit of airflow. Oh, squares! Uh-oh. Start my needle, and I heard it hit the floor. But I don't know where it went. No, now is not the time for a new mattress. I heard it bounce. Oh well. It's a blunt tip needle. It'll be fine. Oh, that's well used. Both of my large needles are... God damn it, just dropped another fucking needle. Found that one. Now you can see almost on this one that where the plating is worn off. Yeah, you'll get the right thing figured out. Seems like the two of you got pretty good smart people. I'm still melting. Farts. When do we want to do coffee? Do we want to try the coffee? Because I haven't had any today. Rich. Oh, that means moving. Oh, wow, Kitty. I don't know, Sadie. I kind of want coffee now, so I guess now? Honestly, there's something about, like, I would quite happily sleep on a futon if I thought I could get up out of one. Okay. Maybe I should leave this here in the corner. Drink the coffee. Go. We're just gonna set the scene with some crochet supplies. Coffee time. Yeah, I'm very much not rubber. Not even a little bit. All right. Let me get the water. Okay. All right. The water is heating up for my coffee. So, this is the coffee that we're going to try today. It's called Javy. And you can have it hot or cold. Oh, it sounds fantastic. I think this would be really good for a craft room, just personally. I think it would be amazing for someone's craft room as like a little like backup supply. It's all like sustainably sourced and ethically produced. It's very important. Very, very healthy. And I'm really looking forward to trying it. So while we wait for the water to heat up, this is where you can go if you want to go check it out for yourself. You can find it all about all their claims for sustainability, and there's no sugar and stuff. We are old. We need coffee. So we've got this. It takes 2 teaspoons to a cup of coffee. So I've got some ice, so we can make an iced coffee. my clear mug. And I got ice in my mug. I need to change the focus. Ow! Where's my mouse? My mouse. I've heard really good things about it, so I'm eager to try it. Alright, that's better. I've never made iced coffee before at home. I don't know how one really does it. There are recipes. I could follow one of the recipes that they so conveniently try on there. I think that'll do, right? Oh, I have a little single cup coffee machine. Just like next to me. Very deliberately set up where I've got like a little tea and coffee station next to me. So if this works, then this will take the place of the instant coffee that I have there. I have it set up so that in winter I don't have to go into the rest of the house. But because it's a single cup machine, it's like a generic K-cup, but because it's a single cup machine, it doesn't take long. Alright, where's my teaspoon? So I've got, I mixed some creamer with water earlier and cooled that down because I don't know if I'll need it. No, I don't microwave it. Doesn't taste right. Not quite right. So here is, this is my hot water. The way that I guess I should just make it the way I normally drink coffee, right? Okay. I feel like I'm doing witchy stuff. Okay. And we're gonna pop the container open. Potion making sturm. Ooh, that smells strong. Holy crap. 2 teaspoons. Fill your cup with 6 to 8 ounces of water or milk. Add 1 to 2 teaspoons of javy and mix. We'll try 1 to start with. Oh, that's satisfying. It's really dark. I don't normally drink black coffee, but I want to see what it's like. Okay. That's pretty good. I think it needs more coffee though. It's a big mug. I don't know how much water this is, but I guess that's the nice thing with this is that you can just like tweak it to suit. I'm gonna add another half teaspoon. That's honestly, that's really good. And I normally drink it with creamer. So. Yeah, I did 1.5. 1 wasn't quite right, so I did 1.5. Oh! I licked the spoon! That's a flavor? You know how you get that? There's a gif of like the 80s, the 80s gif with like the. It is nice that you can customize how much you drink, so you can decide how strong you want it or how big. But you can see right there, that's a lot darker than how I normally have my coffee. All right, so that's it with hot water and then my creamer. That's delicious. No, why are we doing ads? Okay, it's fine. Everyone's got things anyway. That is really good. Okay. I think all of you have got subs, right? Yeah. Okay, so the hot is good. So let's try cold. I think the sensible thing to do here would be to pour the coffee in first and then the water. So I'm going to do the same amount. Yeah, I don't want it. You can do it with milk too, but I don't want to do it with milk because I'm lactose intolerant and we don't want that on stream. I don't. Is this how you do it? Man, that looks really strong, doesn't it? Okay, so this is it just poured with over ice cubes. Ooh, okay. Wow, that tastes a lot stronger cold. It's magic. So I mixed up some non-dairy creamer into some water earlier, just to let it like cool down. Okay. That's pretty good. It needs sweetening, which I didn't think about. For me, it needs to be sweetened, but that's a good flavor. Definitely needs sweetening. Yeah. I think I prefer it hot, but that's just my preference. But maybe. Just add more of this. More creamer. You can mix it with like your usual coffee creamer as well. It's just, like I said, like I'm lactose intolerant, so I use non-dairy creamer. It's better. That just changes the texture. Yeah, that's pretty good. Potion making with Dell. Do a fun thing. I don't think the sugar will dissolve if I put this in there. Though I do recommend that you do not lick the spoon. Don't lick the spoon. And now I have 2 cups of coffee to drink when I normally just drink. Mind you, this is probably about the same volume of what I would normally drink. All right, let me do it at your own peril. All night stream. All night. All right. Now let me just try and artfully place these coffee cups. Need to change my lighting. I'll probably try and get some like nice photos with it as well. I think it would be fantastic with chocolate milk. Or someone suggested yesterday adding it to like chocolate syrup on top of ice cream. So yeah. Yeah, you can have coffee sundae. So that's the deal. Try this. Go here, click the link, and get 20% off. Get yourself some of this. Hi, Coffee Queen. Welcome in. You arrived just at the right time. We were just trying some coffee for the first time. Not like my first time having coffee, but my first time trying the Javy brand stuff. Hello. We got a hot and cold. But yeah, I reckon it'd be good. They said, so if you click on that, go through that link, use my name or follow the second link for 20% off. There's a bunch of recipes on the website. Hi Flam. Like bunch of recipes for like baking and dessert things. This would definitely be good for craft rooms.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, tiramisu. Hello, hi. Like if you're traveling, like in an RV, or if you're in an office, but you're only in an office like one day a week, you could just leave it there. Thank you. Great for an office drawer. It's a glass bottle too, so it's pretty sturdy. Oh, croissant. So yeah, pretty happy with this. Really good for baking, especially when you're trying to bake a cake or something you don't want to add extra liquids. I see what you're trying to do, Flam. There we go. A little bit of sweetening. That's the ticket. Okay, now that is delicious. That tastes like an iced coffee that you would get. That tastes like an iced coffee that you would get if you went like, I don't know. I haven't had an iced coffee from Starbucks, but it tastes like an iced coffee that you get if you went out somewhere to a coffee place. And an office. Well, this is my office. Yeah, pretty tasty. Pretty happy with that. Thanks, Javy, for letting me try it out. I guess I should drink my hot coffee first. Oh, mind you, it's hot in here. I'll drink my iced coffee first. And then my hot coffee. Oh, it's a dilemma to have. Which temperature coffee do I have first? Wait. Sip one then the other, and I'll get a toothache if I do that. swing from hot to cold. Oh, actually, the last of the ice cubes in my water bottle. I don't have any way to mix them though. Then I'd end up with a tepid chaos. A tepid coffee. Oh, stop it. Tepid chaos. Okay. I used the rest of my ice cubes in my water. So yeah, for anyone who just joined and wondering what the hell is going on, we just tried out some Javy coffee for the first time. Thanks to Javy for providing the coffee. And it's pretty delicious. I will enjoy drinking the rest of it. Very much so. Wait, when I said I was going to do cold first, right? Right. Also, I think a neighbor tried to get it. Hello? You're not welcome in my coffee. Just the Florida wildlife, it's fine. Life. Tepid is just such a good word. I think it gets across so many more concepts than just being like just temperature. I mean, is it really? Okay. Put a stream marker in so I can go back and prove to them I tried coffee on stream. That's really good, actually. Yeah, that's good. We're just gonna drink coffee for the rest of the stream now. That's it. I drink coffee. You entertain yourselves with the croissant sound effect. Job done. I was gonna try and take a picture of myself drinking the coffee, but the only branded mug I have is one that says Buzz Buzz motherfucker on it, which might not be appropriate for a branding thing. It's a good mug. I need to get it into the new merch store, actually. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's my stuff mug. Yeah, that's why you never use it, right, Flam? I'm glad you're entertained. All right, buck my swear. It's time for buck my swear. Finally. By the 20th time. And by the 30th time, you don't know why you're laughing. It's just a Pavlovian reflex. I would just leave this sitting in the corner, but I'm honestly like worried that I might knock it off. You're all silly. You're all silly sausages. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk about coffee. Oh, there is a cooldown on it. And I can increase the cooldown. Now I want a fucking croissant. Thank you. Quickly, if you get croissants for dinner... I'm gonna be sad that I don't have one. This is Echo's fault. You'll notice that Echo is suspiciously absent after making the sound effect. So Coffee Queen, I'm assuming you like coffee? Or crafting? Or both? Hello, hi. My chat went into weird place. That moment when you realize you've got breakfast croissants in the freezer and everyone else in the house has forgotten about them. Ah? And a certain mister in the next room fed himself before stream. Hey, Flam. Flam's asleep. We're going to change it up with a hop. A certain somebody fed himself before stream but didn't feed me. So I have to eat something at some point. Sure would be a shame if I had to have a breakfast croissant in front of you all. Would be really sad. Croissants? Grilled cheese. Grilled cheese and tomato soup. That's a nice comforting thing. Because then you can dunk the grilled cheese in the tomato soup. Yay! I hope you have a delicious meal. There's just something about grilled cheese and tomato soup. Sometimes we change it up and we'll have quesadillas with tomato soup, which is also good. Ah, smart. Just don't forget that you did it. That's something I need. I need a chat command to set a timer in chat. So we can be like, hey, remind, like a, like a voice thing, like, hey, post a reminder in chat in 10 minutes to check on the butter, or true. The funny thing is, I don't think I ever had that combination until I came to the States. Like back home, we've cheese toasties, but it's just like, it's just a thing. Nah, it's just for important. I was thinking just for important things. There's, I think I don't have a global cooldown timer on those. Well, you could make like a grilled cheese out of croissants to have with tomato soup. But yeah, cheese, you have like a cheese toasted sandwich or a cheese toast in New Zealand, it's grilled cheese. But it's not usually served with something. I don't know, it's not something I ever really thought of until now. This is really good. The closer I get to the bottom, the sweeter it is because all the sugar didn't dissolve. Yeah, well, I don't think we ever had soup with our toasted sandwiches, bro. We also used to have toasted sandwiches with canned spaghetti in them. Which is really good. I think I'm good on a hydration right now. Canned spaghetti on butter bread, yes. Or baked beans. Little sausages. Oh, okay. You panicked because you couldn't find your kids. They'll turn up eventually, right? Mom, this is your square. Come on, right here. So quiet. It's too quiet. Oh. That's your first view time in months and you chose to come here? It's really sweet. Yeah. I hope you enjoy it, Prickly. You deserve comfort food. You always just deserve comfort food. We all deserve comfort food. Do what makes you feel good. Oh, actually, that's something I need to do. I've got an Epsom salt, like a lavender Epsom salt, something or other thing, for a foot bath. I suppose I could do a foot bath while I'm streaming, but I'm a little bit worried that I might get excited and kick and then splash water on my computer, which is also under my desk. That is absolutely a thing that would happen. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I've got so much shit I need to do tomorrow. Oh, tea tree. Oh, sounds really good. I've got to do the lawns tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to it. Oh, well, I wouldn't show the feet. That'd be a different... I've set up a sub-only channel in Discord for that. Gamer Girl for Batstrom. What? What? I think flam.exe has stopped responding. What? Someone clip it and I'll see. I'll think about it. Oh, good. Well, the heat index is down to 106. Oh. Oh. My God. I have no idea what you're on about. I have no idea what you're on about. I miss a smile and nod. Ah, crap. I was hoping I could get away with maybe not doing the lawns tomorrow, but it looks like the rain isn't going to start until the afternoon. So yeah, got kitchen to do, I've got the lawns and the weeding to do, I've got a bunch of laundry, but at some point I should do what you guys are doing and do a foot bath and a face mask. But I would definitely not do that. I don't like my feet. I'm sure someone would. And then I can bottle the water, right? I think I have one of those like foot mask. It's not a mask, it's like a peel. Where, you know, you put your little footses and little bootsies. And it like is supposed to help like get rid of all the calluses and stuff. And it takes like 4 or 5 days and then your feet shed and it's fucking disgusting. But your feet feel lovely afterwards. I have like I've got to be in the right frame of mind for that. Because the texture of it on the feet is just like wet socks. I was like, oh my God, I can't. I think the last time I tried to do that, my feet were like, lol, you really think this is gonna do anything? You noob. But I got a couple of like some cheap ones from Amazon that I tried. Yeah, it's really alarming when all of a sudden it's like you look like you're an alien is about to blah. It's like, are my feet hatching? What's going on? What I should do is get all of the supplies for the things that I want, the mask and the boots and everything, all set up in a pile. So I see them together and remember that that's why I wanted to do them. Yeah, these are the ones I got. The funny thing is I really can't see much difference in the picture, but so maybe if I'm not too pooped, I'll do that tomorrow. I wonder if it would be better to do a foot soak before you do that. Do you think? Oh, okay. See. Toss that over there. Yeah, maybe after I do all my yard work and chores and stuff tomorrow, I'll do that. Hopefully I can get out like early enough in the morning that it's not like ridiculously too. So my mum-in-law, are you gonna set a timer? Good job. My mum-in-law gets those little like Walmart beauty boxes delivered every couple of months with like little, they usually have like a full-size product and like little samples and things in them. Like this sort of thing. So I've got a bunch of these little samples of like masks and stuff. I don't have sensitive skin, so I can use pretty much anything. Between this and then I've got a bag of other things that my friend Vixen sent. Yeah, so Walmart have these little beauty boxes. They're like kind of like an Ipsy thing. And you usually get, like you get a lot of repeats, but you might get like a lotion or like a sample size of shampoo or whatever. Hang on. Oh, they're $12. And you just subscribe to them. I think. Yeah. Lynn's mum gets it, but she can't use a lot of the products, so I get like a lot of the little knickknacks. So I've had like, these are some like little perfume samples I've had come through that I actually really like. There'll be quite often you'll get like lip gloss in there or like face masks, lotions. Sometimes you get like mascara. Well, you might want to check out that Walmart one. I said it's every 3 months. Here you go. Every 3 months you get a box. $7 apparently. $7 plus tax. And they come in a nice little box. I've actually used the box that they come in a couple times as gift boxes. I'll like wrap them in paper. Yeah. So you said you get like a full-size pack, a full-size product, and then like a bunch of samples usually. But I've had some nice, sometimes it's a bit underwhelming. But they are kind of neat. But it's a nice way to try products. Like I've got so many like lip gloss, like lip butters and shit, but that's like this sort of stuff as well. So, well, I'm just selling things left, right, and center. Hashtag not sponsored by Walmart. I don't think they have that, but oh wait, no, there is a thing. Influencer survey. Yeah, I don't normally have any interest in that because a lot of them are too fucking expensive. But like I said, that one seems like and because it's only like every few months, it's not like it's not terrible. And we always forget that it's coming. So we go to the mailbox and there's like a little box. Just a nice surprise. Oh, I think Walmart's influencer program is only going to be of any use to like to Instagram, which is a shame because they don't know shit about Twitch. I'm filling in the form because hey, why not? Yeah. What type of social influencer am I? Why? I don't know. I'd be really good for your spreadsheet, Prickly. So you'd end up with having to add a bunch of stuff. Oh, that's cool, Kitty. I like that idea. Okay. I may or may not have filled in the form appropriately to get a free beauty box. I'll keep you posted. Okay. Just me filling in forms while streaming. It's fine. It's live action form filling. I'm sure there's a niche for that too, right? Let me see. I think I've got. Ow. Oh, ow. now. So here's a bunch of stuff. Here's a bunch of stuff that I've had from it. This is just stuff that's in the top of my drawer that I haven't gone through. So, I mean, lip cream. Mmm. Lots of face cleansers. Yeah, I got a couple of these. So you'll get repeats on some of these things. That multi-use cheek and lip color. Blowout. I don't think I want something called blowout mascara. I don't want anything blowing out my eyes, thank you. I've got a couple of these little sachets and I've never tried them. This looks interesting. Like a leave-in conditioner spray. So yeah, this is just some stuff that I have a drawer full of little mini bottles of stuff. But this sort of thing comes in quite frequently. So yeah, this is, look at the random handful of shit that I pulled out of the drawer that I've got from those boxes. Well, yeah, I don't know. I always forget that I've got them. Like I said, I just toss them all in a drawer. And then I'll be like, wait, I need a little bottle of like lotion to put on my bag or whatever. Or I'll take them for like if I'm traveling somewhere. I'll chuck it in my toilet bag. Oh, yeah. Ooh, it's raining. Maybe it will be too wet for me to do the lawns tomorrow and I won't have to do anything. Amazing. Maybe. Unlikely. And if I can't do it tomorrow, I'd have to do it the next day anyway. Hopefully that rain will bring the temperature down. You've had it, Toast? What do you think of it? Well, it's such a weird name. Oh, there you go. Maybe we need like a product recommendation channel in Discord. But I think about how many times we'll talk about like an item that one of us has tried and someone else is interested in. Like, oh, here's had a croissant. I'd like a review on a croissant. It's interesting how it's like settled a bit at the bottom. Oh my god, this is so sweet now. I'm curious if, Toast, if your name is put in chat, will it trigger the fire? I have so many products that I get sent. I probably could do them as a thing on Instagram. Interesting. Okay, I bet I could make it so that works. Not that I'm like, wait, no, you won't mind if fire pops up every time someone tags you. Why am I worried about that? Yes, yeah, it did. It has a wild card of OMG. Just testing. Just testing. Hey. Oh, oh no. I think I may have made a mistake. I may have made a mistake. I think it's gonna pop every time you say something now, Toast. Oh no, you said OMG. Okay. No, it's not gonna pop with Toast. I was genuinely worried. I didn't see you say OMG. I thought it was gonna be like every time you said something in chat, it was gonna fire off. But no. It should just trigger on OMG, this is fine. Fire. I've done that actually a few times. For Christmas with those things, Katie, where I've got some cute toilet bags and I've just sort of like accumulated all the Walmart samples that I've had for people that I don't really know, and I'll just like little Christmas stocking stuffers. Aw. What about Vandy? How does Vandy feel about lightning, thunder? Kitty, it sounds like you do really thoughtful gifts. It sounds lovely. Bloody Daisy will sit outside in her pen in a thunderstorm. She doesn't care about it at all. All right, that's the iced coffee done. That was pretty good. I'd drink that again. And the sugar actually dissolved, which surprised me. Now my hot coffee is probably going to be cold. Honestly, I love gift cards. I remember going through a stage where I was just like, oh no, gift cards are blah blah blah. Gift cards are lazy, and now I'm just like, you know what? Just give me a gift card. I'll get what I want, thanks. A gift card means I can get what I want without feeling guilty. And if everyone can give me a gift card for the same place, even better. Actually, I had an aunt, and she would always give me, we called them tokens back in the old day, but she'd give me book tokens. So she'd give me, but she'd give me basically gift cards for the local bookshop, because she knew that that's how I would get my books, my fix of books when I was younger. So every Christmas and birthday, she'd send me like $10 or $20 for Whitcoulls, which is like a bookstore in New Zealand, like Barnes and Noble kind of thing. And it was so exciting. It was like the big day. I get to go to the bookshop and we get an ice cream and I get to pick out a book or two. Best thing ever.
Hello, imbecile.
Hi, Coder.
This is Sadie, aka Saturine86. This is a reminder for you to drink some water, eat some food, take your meds, and be kind to yourself. Yes, even you.
Even you.
Give yourself a break. You deserve it.
Even you. Thanks, Carter. All of my treats are going to taste really funky after that coffee. It's the ice cream. Hi. So you and Sadie have a very similar, like sort of timbre of voice, I think. Thrift books, yes, we've talked about that before, I think. Hey, I think Sadie sounds amazing, and I enjoy toast. Sadie, you big meanie. They didn't. That backfired. Wow. Poor toast. Sadie, I love your cackle. And I love your voice. So there. It's okay. Toast is used to me picking on them. Sadie has a lovely voice. You sound like an angry valley girl. Oh my god. So yesterday we went to a thrift store. A new thrift store for us, and it was very exciting. I got a pair of New Balance shoes. Tennis shoes is what Coda said I should say yesterday for other people. I got a pair of barely used New Balance shoes for $10, which I was very excited about because my other shoes had, like, they've barely got any wear on the bottom, and the inner is... Jesus fuck! It's thundering. And I was very excited. It was a very nice thrift store, and everything was sort of by color and by size. So you could go to, like, the section with red and then look for your size. I know, it was right outside my window. But the cashier there was one of those people. Every now and then I'll go into a place and someone will be like, oh, I love your accent, and they'll try and copy it, and every time it's so fucking cringe. She's like, I don't know if I'm doing it right or not, and I was like, no, it's great. Yeah, nailed it. Okay. So next disclaimer is I may or may not vanish from the storm. We should be okay because we've got UPSs, but just in case. Ooh, temperatures dropped down to 77. Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah, it was. Oh my god, it was 100% that emote. Yeah. God. Hello? Radar? What's going on here? Hang on, let me just check the radar here. Oh, it's right over us. All right. Whoa. Okay. Wait, is it hailing? Let me just bring up windy.com. Windy.com is amazing, by the way. If you guys don't use windy.com to look at weather, I'm all about product endorsements today. Windy.com is amazing checking weather stuff. It's a really interesting website that you can get lost in. Yes, I've had it happen multiple times, and it's fucking weird every time. Okay. So for example, this is what we've got right now. Whoop, no. That just shows you, like, forecast over where we are. You have to do the whole line. Oh, you didn't hear that one. That clicking sound is the website doing lightning. But yes, people do that. I've had that happen a few times now, and it's usually like, oh, I'm a professional actor and a voice artist and this, that, the other. I'm like, well, I don't sound like that. I don't know what I sound like, but I'm pretty sure I don't sound like that. It's sometimes it makes me laugh, and other times it's like, you know what? I already feel different here. But please don't. I know you mean well, but please don't. Okay. It's possible in the next 10 from where the radar, like the next 10 to 15 minutes, the storm might really kick up. So it's a good chance that we will power. But if we do, it'll only be brief because the storm is moving really fast. So might be okay. I don't know which direction it's going. East. It's moving east. Moving southeast. Yeah, that's probably fine. But it was so weird. It was such a nice thrift store, and I was really excited about the shoes, and then you did that weird accent thing. I was like, no, don't do that. You know? All right. This is Ali Square. Honestly, now I'm onto my hot one, which is like room temperature now. I probably would have been fine with 1 teaspoon because this is quite strong. Jesus. I should turn off the noise suppression so that you guys can hear the thunder. Hi, Susan. Yeah, it was pretty weird. I mean, that's the only complaint I have. It's not a lot to be doing. Isn't it really neat, Flam? Just the only problem I have with that windy site is if you go onto if you look at the actual wind maps, I get like hypnotized by them, or like the ocean currents, and you just see like everything sort of swirl, and it's just like, oh, like ooh, that's a fun job. Like the cobra from the Jungle Book. What's his name? When he does the swirly hypnotizy thing. I can't remember his name. Oh, you keep it tabbed especially? I know, I do mention it a lot. Like I said, we're all about product endorsements today. Unintentionally. Car, yes. The wind map on that site does that. Exactly. Trust. You will use my Javy link. You will order Javy with my link. Oh, please don't do it but also please do it. Hashtag sponsored. Yeah, it's just a really fun website. Like I love weather stuff. Like I love reading about meteorology, and especially when we get into hurricane season, like I really enjoy seeing things change, like barometric pressure and how it all works together. And that's, out of all the different websites that I've used, that one seems to be the most interesting. And I love that the data is like distributed everywhere as well. It's not just US, so you can see things on a global scale. Susan, how are you today? How was your stock take then? Were you pleasantly surprised, or are you now feeling like you need more yarn? Oh, hey, that's cool. Oh, my ad timer is working. Well, that's a nice thing to be able to go get more yarn. I like that. Alright. Ads are currently running. So if you don't have turbo or a sub, you're probably stuck behind an ad wall right now. Or ad blockers. If you've got an ad blocker that works, please tell me what. Pizza Hut! Oh, Flint water in. I hear doggy footsteps. I'm like, what's going on? Flintwood Daisy in. It's always interesting hearing about the different ads that people get. Okay, I'm definitely like, I don't know how strong people drink the coffee, but I think one spoonful would have been enough. Like, maybe. No, the problem with her coder is not that she's not scared of storms, but she sits out in the rain. And then she gets soaked. And then she wants to come in. And she's dripping. I got freaked out the other day because she was out in the rain. And I saw all these pink patches on her, and I was really worried she'd been hurt, but it's the coloring from the cedar chips that are in her. We put fresh cedar down in her pen a couple of weeks ago. Because the cedar oil helps with like insect control and it just smells better. But she's burrowed into it, and the cedar stains her fur, so she's got all these patches that look like she's bleeding. It's just cedar oil. Yeah, she's quite happy out in the rain. She'll bark for attention if she thinks she's gonna get it, but she's quite happy sitting out there. Not like blood, but you know, like, because she's got white fur, it just makes her fur look a bit pink. So I was like I was trying to see if she had a cut or something. Oh yes, Susan, absolutely. You ate a quarter a pound of chocolate covered coffee beans? Jesus, Toast, were you buzzing? Wait, you had a cedar chip thing, Kitty? It's because the cedar oil is like a reddish tint. I mean, it's a redwood, but it's like a reddish tint. Go for it. Yeah, I think once it, like when it oxidizes, it can stain a bit. Cedar oil is amazing. It's such a good insect repellent. Like I said, we use it the way that, you know, you put like the same thing. It gets used in horse stables too. It's just easier to muck out afterwards, like to clean up the mess. Your heart was racing for 4 hours. Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, it may well have been the cedar oil. Very, very possibly. Right? A nine tail. You should, like, if there's a crochet pattern that you want to try, Susan, you should definitely do it. Because you won't know until you try, right? I wish I could do more crochet cardies and things, but it's too hot most of the time. Oh, a nine-tail tapestry. That'd be cool. But yeah, now that that coffee is cooled down. Hey, well, maybe like shoot her a message and just let her know that that might have been it. We like fire. I wish we could get a like a yeah. I said if we had the space, I wish you could get like a full like dump load of it, like a dumpster of the cedar chips, just for all around the yard. But just using it in the dog pen is a big help. She's such a grubby little girl at the moment, though, Daisy. She just came running up to my door. She must have heard me say her name through the door. Yeah. I said, I mean, it's a good weed suppress. If you put enough of any wood chip down or whatever, it's a good suppressant for weeds, and it helps fertilize the soil. Hi, hello. But yeah, the cedar oil is a really good natural insect repellent. I mean, it only works until like the oil sort of evaporates from the wood chips, but as I said, it lasts for a few weeks, the smell, and it's just so good. Hi, Necro. Knitting at the park. Normally, when we put the cedar chips down, she'll like dive into them, kind of like Scrooge McDuck into coins. But it's just, but it's just been so hot. She was just like, "Yeah, that's cool. I'm just gonna dig into it instead." In this economy. Man, I'm seriously wondering how strong that coffee would be if I'd used a full 2 teaspoons. Man, drinking from the hose is the best. Or it was. I keep forgetting to put my yarn scraps into my little yarn scrap container. I mean, it makes sense. If they're thirsty and the tap's right there, nothing wrong with the water. It's better that they drink than don't, especially when it's hot. Yeah. I don't know your parents, but I can understand that. Alright, square down. Hey! I just realized my chat command isn't updating properly. Squares left. I messed up with the command. Is that right? I think I missed something. Ah, why am I throwing everything on the floor? Like, why is the floor so far down? Have I really only done 3 squares today in 2 hours? I forgot I had the I gotta get that bag. The people from sorry. Buy my coffee. Why is that not okay? What have I done? That's not working. What have I done? uh, what? Okay. I changed the name of the counter at the start of stream, but I didn't update everything. It should be okay now. Should be good. So do you, like I'm always trying to think of like different things that I could do. And I know we talked about it a couple of weeks ago about like craft tutorials and stuff, but really product reviews, is that something that you would actually like, would that be like short form for like TikTok? The ticking of the talk? That kind of thing? Trouble for toxic. Okay, that's Prickly's color. It's Kitty's color. Okay, this is. Well, I'm trying to think of ways to sort of diversify and make content for other platforms to try and sort of tie in. I appreciate that. Yeah. I don't know. You'd be surprised. Maybe. Maybe. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Honestly, the only reason I'm still crocheting is probably because I'm streaming it. If I wasn't streaming, I probably wouldn't. Oh no, that's terrible. Like, streaming it once a week sort of helps keep the momentum going. Yeah. Yeah, exactly like that. I'm so glad you got that. Or so glad. I love that emote of Daph's. Man, I really need to finish his stuffy that I started. I'm so close to finish. I just have to like do the hair on it. And it's so hard. That is such a good one. Like, I've tried a couple times and I keep getting it wrong. But I need to finish it because she's been waiting so patiently for it. That's a really cute. Yay! I think the most common emote that I use is from my friend's channel. Why is this not showing? This is probably my favorite emote from my friend's channel. Closely followed But you're our favorite nasty deviant slut. And then this is also up there in terms of like the ones that I use the most. I use the chaos one a lot though. I do love my Pride Bee. I was really pleased with how that one worked out actually. Didn't realize I had just the right number of stripes. Oh yeah, we still need to plan. Do all my stuff for next month. But I figured since August is supposed to be Art Appreciation Month, which I've sort of loosely just morphed into like Art Month, for an excuse to try and do more art stuff, even though I'm a bit rubbish. Maybe I could just do all my design stuff on stream for the month rather than panic and do it on my day off. We do a happy little stream. Oh my god, I have to show you something. So Flynn has Snapchat on his phone. Working on me. Oh, I should have access to it on my computer. Send the picture to Sadie. It's so weird. We found Flynn found a Bob Ross filter for Snapcam. And yeah, it's something. Hang on, let me just get it to size because I don't want you guys. Yes, it is like, oh god. All right, I hope you guys are ready to see what I look like with a beard. So this is an option for doing a Bob Ross stream, potentially. For a happy little stream. I was like, oh, what have I done? So, maybe. Also, I think I look pretty great with a beard, and the hair is fab. So possibly, if I can't get the wig, then that's an option. I love how chat has just gone like completely fucking dead. Everyone's just like, oh god, what are you? So that's a thing that I was thinking about doing. Maybe. Prickly! Oh, that looks so good. So I have a bunch of paintbrushes. Actually, you can all see them right there, the cup behind me. And I actually have a couple of small canvases, and I have some paper. So we could do a Bob Ross stream. I wouldn't have an easel. It'd basically just be a setup, I think, like this, where you can like look down and watch me paint. I haven't painted in like decades. But I also have my tablet. So But yeah, maybe we can not choke on stream. Maybe I could just do the stream planning on stream. Stop it. If I can get the snap cam thing though set up, I can probably get some point redemptions for different filters. I just have to make it play nice with everything else. I was like, man, why am I like feeling kind of jittery? It's not the coffee. I still haven't eaten. Other than like 2 cups of pretzel sticks. Probably not great. Ow. We go. Speeding up a bit. So I love how when light shines through it tried to show it before on camera. When light shines through the holes in this, how it makes like neat shapes on the table underneath. You could use a crochet blanket to watch an eclipse. It's kind of Oh, did you tell her about the cedar oil? Like, I don't know for sure, but it seems kind of likely. Maybe. Oh, okay. So, highly likely then. Taking doggos, man. in there. Yeah. I'm helping. All right, let's see. Yeah, now it works. Right clicker, grilled cheese. I'm gonna take a quick break, go nuke some leftovers to get something in my tummy, and then I will be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere, or if you do, come back. Okay. A little snack. Apparently I had the same timing. Flint was out there getting some food too. No, I definitely did not say that. Apparently it was good timing to get up and get food because now I'm seeing stars. That's fun. This is just like some leftovers from last night. It's just like brown sausage and rice. And it's hot. Hi, Ollie. How you doing? But you're ready for tomorrow.
Butterfly. No, that's a flower.
Hi, Vix. Welcome in. Good. Let's hear it. Yeah, I was kind of waiting on that one. It's the season to be trolley. La, 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 la. So I tried the coffee. I would absolutely give you mod powers, Ali, but I always feel guilty asking people if they want to be mods and making them. I don't want people to feel like they have to work. I tried this. We tried iced coffee and hot coffee, and I like it. I made it's a relatively large mug. I used just over like 1.5 teaspoons for this cup, and I probably could have just used 1 teaspoon. It's quite strong. And now this is cooled down to like iced coffee temperature. Yeah. I just went and got something to eat. I'm just waiting for the visual stars to go away because I can't read anything right now. My vision is impaired. It's very helpful. So I've got 2 more squares to do. And then we just hurry up and finish this, please. Yeah. This one. This is prickly square. I don't need to see the crochet, it's fine. Vision's overrated. It was good. I enjoyed it. I made iced coffee with it. I had to add sugar. And I used it was okay just in water, but before stream I dissolved some non-dairy creamer in some water just so I had it available to add texture to the iced coffee. And as soon as I added that to it and a little bit of sugar, it was a great iced coffee. I liked it. And it worked really well with a hot coffee too. It was definitely nice being able to decide like how strong you want it. The one thing I learned though is don't lick the spoon. Because coffee concentrate off a spoon is incredibly bitter. There goes Dal looking things again. It was accidental, okay? That's super sus. It was just like an instinctive thing. But yeah, I liked it. So I recommend. Shut up, kitty. Look, I kind of have a thing about it. If it smells good, I kind of want to taste it. And I made the mistake of mentioning this. So I had some body wash that smelled like tiramisu. And it smelled so fucking good. And I just mentioned in passing that it didn't taste as good as it smelled. Because, you know, it's body wash. And everyone's like, well, duh. Yeah. And then when I got my new steering wheel... Oh no! I'm sorry, Toast. It smelled of leather. Like there's a leather on the wheel, and the whole time I was using it, I was just like, it smells so good, I want to lick it. So no, I never licked the wheel. I restrained myself. Yeah, no, you did. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's a thing. I do. So I just thought I was mildly odd, but Echo has said a few times, that there's things that I do that she thinks puts me on the Audi spectrum. And I realized that's stimming. I didn't even know that was a thing. but I'm not going to finish the sentence because there's no way it doesn't sound gross or the way it's not supposed to. But that does happen quite a lot. Apparently that may be part of my neurospiciness. Welcome to the spectrum. I don't know, but Echo's mentioned it a few times that they think that I might be there. Yeah, neurospicy is something, I think Toast mentioned it to me the first time and I was just like, I like that. Yeah. Kitty. Too. So, I don't know. It's not something that I have any desire to, or ability really, to pursue. But I was just like, I do have a habit of licking things. Or, I don't want to say mouthing, but yeah, it's a texture thing. Like, I remember when my friend Babe was talking about her kiddos, one of Babe's kids, is very, like, he's very heavily on the autism spectrum and is a special needs student. Amazing kid. And I was suggesting things for self-soothing, and I suggested, like, I'd seen these like rubber, like Lego bricks that you could put on a necklace for chewing, and I was like, man, that actually sounds really good. Yeah, texture is a big deal to me. Like, could be a really pretty top, but yeah, it's just like, I hadn't really considered it until Echo mentioned like the package, because I was talking about how excited I got with buttons. But it's like, you know what, maybe that's a thing. I mean, it's kind of how we roll here. But I was just like, yeah, that like rubber Lego brick for like chewing on sounds good. But I've got like, there's a top that I've got and it's got ties and I'm constantly putting them in my mouth. I think my flavor of neurospiciness is pumpkin spice. I've decided. With like heavy hints of ginger. Not pumpkin pie, pumpkin spice. Definitely not. I looked at that clip, Ali, and you weren't kidding. That was like an immediate response. Oh, okay. That was a very strong reaction. I was like, oh. Oh, the thunder's going again. Definitely not. Ah, that is interesting. To be honest, I don't know a lot about the spectrum at all, other than what people have talked about on stream. Because I know we've got a bunch of people like all across the spectrum who sort of pop in and out of stream. And it's amazing because they share their experiences, which helps me understand the world around me. I hated LAX. Because I get overwhelmed very easily by sound as well. Like, you'll hear me constantly say things are too loud. I get like wickedly overstimulated by noise, which again, I just thought that was a me thing. But I remember when I was little, maybe 4 or 5, but it's a very clear memory I have of being really upset a couple of times actually, where I started crying when a fire engine went by our house. It was like it went to a house 2 doors down, and the sirens made me cry, and I hated it. I still to this day absolutely hate the sound of sirens, and it makes me so fucking anxious. But it's part of it is anxiety because I think about, you know, like someone's hurt. There's no reason for an ambulance to be going somewhere unless someone's hurt. But just the volume makes me cry. It still does. I will tear up now at loud volumes. It was that, and then I also remember getting really upset because I was getting made to eat something that I didn't like the texture of, specifically pumpkin. I hate the texture of it, and I got so upset I threw up, and I was forced to eat it still afterwards. I think that I don't know, but I have big issues with food textures. And normally I can deal with it, but there's some things that I just can't handle. Oh, I can see that. I can absolutely understand that one. But yeah, I've definitely learned a lot about, just in general, about like everyone's differences since starting to stream. Interesting. There's like a limit on the number of textures I can deal with as well in a meal. Like if there's too much going on, it's just like, nah, I'm good. That's why I don't like black beans and rice. Like, yeah, I think that's what it is. It's just, you know, you be you, me be me. Brains be brainy. Raw tomato is one for you. They said like cooked pumpkin is just like a big no. And that extends to yams. Flint can't do raw tomato at all, but he's got to like, it's a different thing for him. Yeah, sweet potatoes, it's the same. It's that fibrous, mildly fibrous, squishy texture. Pumpkin smells awful. You're so right, Toast. Yeah. I can handle sweet potato fries, but like a baked sweet potato is just like a big visceral nope. Oh, hell no. There's a few foods out there, posts where I'm just like, who put that in their mouth? And then I'm like, oh, wait. Never mind. It's a thing. That's a thing. Okay. Yeah, so I think like my friend's son was only recently diagnosed a couple of years ago. He's level 3. He has like an individual learning plan at school, and they have like a really set routine for him just to keep him like calm enough to be able to learn and stuff. And he gets very physical, mostly probably from frustration, the poor fucker. But she said it was amazing. Once he finally got diagnosed, they were able to start getting help, which is amazing. It's almost gone now. I can almost see again properly. Yeah, it's just I just feel I don't know if it's a migraine. I don't want to go into details because I don't want to gross Coder out. But no, I started seeing it's like looking through a bubble of water with sparkles around the outside of it, but it was only happening on the right side. And I don't know if it's because I just hadn't eaten. Now it just feels like mildly foggy. But I had to have I had some help for it last year. We thought it had been dealt with. So hopefully it was just a blood sugar thing. Or maybe I have an ocular migraine coming on. Yeah. But yeah, we don't talk about eye things specific in detail here. Because it's a trigger. Yeah, I do get visual I do get ocular migraines where it's like everything's yeah, when I wear yeah. I respect your concerns, Coder. I won't go like we won't yeah, we don't. But I do get migraines sometimes where it's like a fucking acid trip with colors. But it doesn't happen often. Because both of your boys are on the spectrum, right, Kitty? Communication, social interactions, understanding sensory repetition. Oh. So I'm assuming like communication is things like going from inability or to communicate or the desire to not communicate to like info dumping, like that sort of thing. Okay. I don't want to like push the questions. I'm curious though. Info dumping is social. Okay. So that's in response to a social stimulus. It's a way to cope with it is to do info dumping. Or a way to the only way people know how to engage socially. It's how they deal with it. Interesting. You didn't speak until 4. God, you couldn't shut me up when I was a kid. My granddad said I was a motor mouth. Even if when I was by myself, I was just like, blah, 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 blah. Not surprising, given that I stream now. Always talking. Pretty much always babble. Incoming ads. Oh no, it's playing now. Play with that. Like, I remember going to see one of the Lord of the Rings movies. I haven't seen the full trilogy, I don't think. One of the Lord of the Rings movies I went to see at the theater, which was a dumb idea. I don't even know why I tried. But at the beginning of it, there's a scene, I don't know if it's just in the title, where the camera's like flying through the mountains. It's like setting a scene, I guess, and there's like lots of music. And I had to walk out of the theater. Between like the visual and then the like, I can word, the emotions that the music and the visual were evoking and the volume, it was just like, I'm done. I'll see you later. I'm out. I had enough. And I've been kind of too scared to watch them since, actually. Like, I'd probably be okay in a small TV. But that tied together with being in a theater, which I find stressful at the best of times, it was just too much. Oh, geez. I hadn't even thought about that, Ale. Carter, I'm finally using cheese ball container to store yarn in, and also a bar of soap to keep the yarn smelling. My yarn scrap container, and then maybe by the time it's full, I'll have learned how to spin yarn, and I'll be able to card it and make my own yarn out of it. But yeah, if we ever go to the movies now, we go like lunchtime sessions, when it's like during the week when it's like super quiet. And even then Flint knows that he may have to take me out of it. I've never liked crowds, really. Like, I did stuff. Oh my god, wow, Kitty. Oh, that's awesome that he'd do that for you, Ali. That's amazing. Alright, one more square and we're done for today. God, I've been so slow today. The first pink one, it's Kitty Square. First pink square of the blanket. I decided I should go and make myself a sandwich or something. It's like a cup full of cooked rice is probably not going to do much. Yeah, I was just thinking like a peanut butter sandwich might something. Love a croissant.
Ooh,
Oh wait, we
delicious.
do. You're right, Flam. I've got those frozen croissants I mentioned earlier. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go throw a croissant in the microwave. Sorry. Just have to let it cool down. Them suckers get hot. Those like Walmart brand breakfast croissant thingies.
Pretty, pretty. Pretty, pretty.
Hi, Pud. Hi, Bud. How is the baseball? Was it baseball that you went to see? Yeah. Base. Yeah. Yay, I'm glad. You have a good time? I was trying to do a brain remember. Ali, just thought what you saying. Oh, wow. Sounds very exciting. I don't think I've ever watched a game of baseball before. Hot. Anyone was wondering. It's too hot. All right. Have a good sleep. Thank you for sharing pictures of your dinner. It looked delicious. I hope the next week is easier on you. Good job. Oh, good. That's good. Ooh. Got any plans for tomorrow, Ali? I'm assuming you've got a bunch of damage control from earlier on that you're gonna have to deal with. Yay! Good luck! I wish I could help you with that, Ali. Oh, bugger. Yeah, me too. Ours is really bad. It's been 2 weeks, and, well, tomorrow it'll be 2 weeks, and it's terrible. Okay. Oh no! How rude. Alright, I'm all caught up. All caught up on squares. Yeah, bacon. I'm finally eating. Well, what do we do next? Fire. Hmm. I mean, that's always valid. Hi, Molly. Hmm. I guess it'd be good to, like, well, to finish eating and hopefully I'll feel a bit better. Hello. Ali. Hmm. It's my favorite. Do you know how hard it is to resist saying it's fucking disgusting? I'm waiting for Ali just to post the clip. Okay. I have issues. Ali with her amazing timing. And there it is. That's what I was waiting for. No, as itself, on itself, on its own. As you can see on the clip that Ali got. Thanks, Ali. It was a very instant, like, response. Yeah. Yeah, apparently dogs love pumpkin and it's actually good for them too. Surprises me. Okay, so it does. Yeah, texture is an issue. If it's like pumpkin spice, the flavor, then it doesn't, it's not pumpkin to me. But yeah. I love spaghetti squash, which is weird. Like, I would eat spaghetti squash every day if I thought I could. Okay, so we were all caught up with this. Yeah, I'm ambivalent about pumpkin seeds. So we can do some knitting. Oh yeah. My problem is I think pumpkin seeds, and I think what it's like when you've just like. So last year for Halloween, I did pumpkin carving, and that was really hard for me. It was super difficult for me, and that's where my brain goes with pumpkin seeds. I think I'd probably have to try them without dealing with the mush. So if I just got pumpkin seeds that had been roasted or seasoned or whatever, I'd probably be okay, but my brain instantly goes to like the squishy grossness. But no, I'm trying to decide if I want to do a knitting thing. Kitty. Yeah, it's a squish grossness. I think I'd be okay with them. If I didn't see the squish. I didn't realize how many things trigger me, honestly. We've been talking about all sorts of like, I don't know, neuro-spicy brain things today. Let's do a little bit of knitting, because that's easy for braining. I've got no more squares to do. We're all caught up with squares. And then over here. Okay, I'm starting to feel better now that I've eaten. It's weird. It's like eating is good for you or something. Weird. I don't know how that works. So strange. All right. Tuck you out of the way. All right, why are you... No, I didn't finish the second. I only had one cup toast. I didn't finish the second cup because my brain was just like, bleh, bleh. It was good coffee though. Okay. You, camera, are overexposed. So you need to chill the F out. Let's do that. Hey, I haven't crashed. Good. It would be really good. Like anything that you can think of. Oh la la, overexposed. It's super overexposed. It's too bright. It would be really good. So I mean, you could do anything with it, really. And because it's concentrated, you don't need to use much, and it's not going to mess with like recipes and stuff. Like 1 teaspoon is enough for a cup of coffee. It would be great to like add to like a caramel or yeah, delicious. I'm done with my sponsored thing, by the way. That's just me talking about it. I'm finished with my little sponsored segment. What am I looking for? Oh, I need to turn the exposure down. We're too exposed. Let's just chill. No, that doesn't help either. Is it too, is it okay? Is it actually okay and I'm just being finicky? Oh, that's too bright. Okay, that's better. That's better. Now you can actually see the colors. Man, why do brains be like that? Alright. So this is the start of, let's hold up here. This is just the start of a blanket that I make for myself. It's combining two different yarns. So I've got like a white and then like a color yarn that I'm working together. Yeah, I remember you saying about it. Hi, Ruby. I remember talking about it, but I just kind of didn't brain it to go get it. So I didn't get my cake. Hot nun cake. Nope. Oh, I'm looking forward to that new ones coming in. Whoop. Shit. Don't mind me, I'm just smashing things. It's fine. This is like my relax. Like I love my knitting, my crochet. Fuck, well now I've just made a mistake, so that's fine. I enjoy the crochet, but this particular thing is just like repetitive and simple. Oats. This is the project that I've been working on in the evenings when I just like watch a TV show because I don't have to think. Oh no. She's like, yes, dear. Sure. Cats. Well, I mean, you've got a few cats. Makes sense. Okay. My brain is definitely feeling like it's getting better now. Oats my goats? So this is a blanket that I'm making myself. And because you know Florida needs blankets. There's definitely a thing, you know, when it's 100 degrees outside, you absolutely need to make a blanket. Hurricane blanket, oh god. Hurricanes are really bothered. We haven't had we've not had anything for the last couple of years, and I know that that's not how it works, but I'm like, man, we must be really worried. I have no idea what the reference is. I have no idea. I don't watch TV, really. mean, if it's good, if Ali says it's good, I trust. But see, the problem is, if it's too old, then I completely missed it as well. But yeah, I kind of live with this like weird, I don't know, a weird live in a weird little bubble. I'm so glad that I learned how to do the other way of knitting here. Yeah, no, I don't know it. I think the knitting looks. Yeah, well, I think like switching from the way that the yarn I'm held, I think that helps a lot. Nigel, I still hate a pearl. I can't remember what it's called. My brain's not working. Is... Jesus, my brain. I can't remember any of the words at all. God. I like doing this, but I don't like doing the backward thing. But I can't remember what it's called. Pearl. It is pearl. Okay, thank you. My brain has been mean to me today. Yeah, I still don't like it. Doesn't matter how I do the knitting. I still don't like it. Honestly, I forgot the word knitting for a second there too. But yeah, this is just a little blanket for myself. Oh, it's pearl. How? I forgot how to word things. But yeah, it's definitely a lot more comfy now than it was a few months ago. But I've been doing, like, I've got two like really simple patterns that I've been, well, blankets that I've been making. This is just one that I started last week. And combining, it was a cardigan that I made for myself, and it was too much. The colors were too I don't even know what I'm saying right now. The colors were too intense, so I tried doing white yarn with it, and it's better. Much better. Just mixing the white with it. Yeah, but I'm just doing that same sort of diagonal corner to corner as well, so it kind of looks interesting, but it's not overwhelming. The other blanket that I've been working, it's exactly the same, it's just with a single skein of yarn, but it's too heavy right now with it being so hot. So I was like, I'll just start another one. It'll be fine. But yeah, definitely a lot more comfy with it now. I'm glad that I learned how to do this method. And I have like 2,000 yards of this yarn, this purple yarn. And it's called ice cream. But I like how using the white just makes it a bit softer. Ooh, exciting. I made a cardi and I washed it and everything, but I don't know what to do with it. I honestly have no idea what to do with it. It's nice, I guess. I don't know if it's long enough now. It's got like so it's got like a really nice like but I can't wear it and I don't know what to do with it. And I really don't like the colors. So I have this cardi. If anyone needs a cardigan. Like I really like how the cuffs on it went. And it washed up really nice. But yeah, I just didn't work for me. It was too small anyway, but even with it, I was just like, so I don't know what to do with it. No idea. But I finished it, which is nice. Because, you know, finishing multiple problems is a thing. Yeah. Thing is, when I made this, it was a lot. When I started it, I made it, I lost a lot of, no. I took a lot of weight. No. I put on a fuckload of weight, there we go, over the last year. And there's just no way in hell I can fit it. So I just don't know what to do with the bloody thing. Someone will like it, maybe. I just need to take some pictures and maybe I'll see if I can put it on my website. Maybe some. I have no idea. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to go back to cardis, to blankets. I know how to do blankets. I do have another a caddy that I started that's for winters specifically. And it's a real simple pattern, and that one I know will work. I'm so glad we haven't crashed today. Very glad we haven't crashed today. Okay. It's here.
Check out the latest deals.
Stop.
On all oil.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. got a knot in here or what? It's just... Okay, there we go. But no, I found a really nice yarn that I'm actually looking forward to when the temperature drops. Being able to use it. It's one of those ones where there's like no seams or anything.
My name is Al.
Hi, Al. Should you be pleased to know, Al, that Flint's finally getting to grips with his new toy. And I made him a couple of buttons for it. Doing real good. Hi, Jim. Yeah. So, yesterday on stream, I had to use the, oh, what is up with my brain today? God, what is wrong with me? I had to use the thing for streaming when shit goes crazy. Put it right there. Shield mode. I had to use shield mode yesterday, and it wasn't terrible. It was just a couple of people, and I just put push the button, and it stayed on for a little while. And I don't think he'd realized how useful it was, so he asked if we could have buttons, so I set up a button for him as well. Jim, I hope you're doing well, love. You need a button? Like the fish one for here? You know, I could probably set up, Al, if you wanted to, I could probably set up the same thing that you have here for him. But maybe. Apparently, I don't know what words I'm using right now. I don't know. Maybe. Sunshine. What we call a Liverpool kiss. To remember that for as a word. Ooh. Hope it's going well. Glad you're doing well. I have that video in my browser, Ali, so I can watch it after stream. So I know what you're talking about. Sometimes it's just easier to see things after storm. Okay. But I don't need it. So yeah, I wasn't sure what else to do today, so that's why I'm just doing this. What I love about this pen is it's super simple, with the exception of one stitch. Ooh. Like, that's it. There's like a stitch that you skip, and then there's like an increase, and that's it. Everything else is just a normal stitch. And yet somehow it manages to make this like really neat sort of border. So next month, I think this is going to be the last stream for the month, right? So next month's theme is art. So there's going to be art streams and more creative stuff than usual. And then also we've got a couple of different sponsored things popping up for the month. Might keep the coffee thing till just a Sunday thing because it seems a bit more comfy. But yeah, we've got painting to do and some digital art. Ooh, that sounds good. I didn't even know that sweet bacon was a thing until I came here as well. Oh, we've got another round of thunder coming in. It's been pretty crazy all afternoon. It was good though, because when I started stream, it was the heat index was like 112, and now it's 76. But it is very, very rainy right now. I think we have a little break and then it's about to like storm like fucking crazy again. Yeah. It's like, oh, all right. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, geez, it's quiet for you lot. Yeah, it's pretty heavy. So if that's anything to go by. And keep checking the weather, because if this keeps going, there's no way I can do the lawns tomorrow. It's gonna be too wet. All right, Kitty. Oh, I didn't know she was streaming. Or are you just like gonna go pick on her either way? Either way, it's a good idea. You have a good idea. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you bunches. You have a good. Oh, she is streaming. All right, I'm gonna. What? Wrong button. I'm gonna look on her channel too. Oh god, have you heard her when she tries to do my accent? It's so terrible. I love it. Well, it's now supposed to start raining earlier and earlier. Every time I look at the weather, it's supposed to start raining earlier in the day. So we'll see how that goes. I guess I should have added a knitting tag as well as the crochet, but man, I really much prefer the way the color is distributed this way. Much better. Aw. I feel like there's something that I should be doing, and I genuinely don't know what. I have no idea. I like. I had croissant. I had a croissant. I had croissant. Oh.
This is Sadie, aka Saturain86. This is a reminder for you to drink some water, eat some food, take your meds, and be kind to yourself. Yes, even you. Give yourself a break. You deserve it.
Thanks, Toast. I really feel like there's something else I ought to be doing, and I have no idea what it is. Holy crap! Daphne's little lizard's freaking huge now. Yeah. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, so oh, I don't know how to do this. Oh. So there we go. So Daphne's really lovely. She has a little lizard, and she originally was like tiny little thing, and her name is Siri. No, like from Witcher, the female character in The Witcher, not the love interest, but like the daughter character. And she's such a cutie, the lizard, and Daphne is also a cutie too, and she's got her pet lizard, and it's amazing. And you should absolutely go check her out in her stream. She plays like Final Fantasy. She's been working her way through all the Final Fantasy series. What is the name of the character? What is, like, I don't know what is up with right now. I keep, like, in the last hour, I keep not being able to do words. Like, I cannot do the words. I can't think what the word is. I don't know. I feel weird. Like, I genuinely, like, I keep forgetting the words for things. Like, the terms for knitting. I've been knitting for like a couple of years now, and I just completely forgot the word for pearl. Yeah, I don't know. The visual thing is similar to what I had last year. It's kind of freaking me out a little bit. I've had like plenty of water. I've eaten. Turning its ads. I went and deliberately made myself like a sandwich before. My blood sugar's fine. Refilled my water bottle. I'm Molly. No, I don't think so. I definitely don't feel right though. I may just be getting a headache or a migraine or something. It is Suri. Okay. Yeah, his lizard's her lizard's called Suri. I was thinking Geralt lizard. Yeah. Well, there's nothing I can do about it anyway. Or I'll be fine. We'll just get on with it. I literally can't do anything. You cannot go to a doctor in Florida without them now having to ask your immigration status. They have to. So it's a thing. I feel okay. It's just my brain's not working, but physically I feel okay. Yeah, they passed a law in July So basically, immigrants are fucked. I'll be fine. Florida is a very scary place to be as a cisgender person. I can't even imagine what it's like to be non-binary or transgender here. I feel very, very scared for everyone else out there. But yeah, Florida is fucking scary right now. Let me just... Just gonna check my heart rate. But yeah, I haven't been able to see a doctor in like 10 years. So that's just a thing. I'll be fine. Yeah, no, you know what? I just saw that I've only had like 5 hours sleep. So I might be a little overtired. I feel fine. I don't know if there's anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. It feels weird. Possibly. I feel silly for saying something now. Yeah, I didn't like. I've had less coffee than normal though. Like, I have a cup of coffee a day. Well, I feel safe right now, and Flint's streaming, so I trust if something goes wrong, one of you can go and poke at Flint while he's streaming and tell him to come get me. It'll be fine. Yeah, brain's doing weird things. I keep forgetting words. I'm probably just overtired and dehydrated. I can still knit. I can still do a knit. Is it that time, Ali? Is it that time? Well, now it's saying I slept for 7 hours, so maybe that's fine. I will. Okay. My app says it's still a week off. Oh god. Smuggle me out of Florida, please. Yeah. It's weird. I've noticed as I get older, my cycle is getting shorter. Like, it's slowly, like a couple of years ago, my cycle was like 30 days. And now every like few months, it seems to get shorter and shorter and shorter. So I'm hoping that means I'm heading towards. But yeah, I keep forgetting that we're synced up like that, Ali. Right. I'm gonna stand up and stretch, and I'm gonna have a drink. And I'm gonna have a piece of candy. In case it's a blood sugar thing. And then we'll be fine. Oh, I'll be right back. I'm still here. I'm standing. I got a good candy list. Oh. Oh, I should stand up too. A piece of candy, a bit of sugar, and be good. They're just so good. Actually, I think I was like a treat behind before, actually, so I'm all caught up now. Like, I've got a couple of crochet projects that I've got to work on, but smuggle me out, yes. Yeah, I'm definitely finding that as well. Seems like the PMS lasts for longer and is more extremes. And I would love to fucking hate Florida. I'm here because I have family here with my husband and his mum, but otherwise I wouldn't be in Florida. But there's good things here too. So yeah. It was terrible timing. I'm glad that you were okay though. I was really thankful. I'm so glad that you started off by reassuring that you were okay. So I was just like, oh god, no, okay, it's fine. I mean, it's not, but it is. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And that the fact that you had the forethought to do that. Even with all the bullshit going on, yeah. Hopefully the insurance thing, it works out. I have no idea how it works. Yeah. Yeah. The knitting is comforting. Well, I shall cross fingers and toes and eyes. That's the least I could do. Maybe if we all cross our fingers and toes and eyes, then things will work out. So pretty. Oh shit, I forgot about the socks that I started making. Why are we waiting? I was like, I started socks? It's a different streaming service. Socks suck. Jim. Oh, heck, all this time. Just need to stop being cross-eyed. Some calls. Okay, let me see if I can find what I have, and I'll show you what I got for socks. basically I got about an inch on one sock done. Then I was like, screw this, I don't even wear socks anyway. Fuck socks, I'm done. Yes, if I'm not completely dead, yes. So I've got to do the lawns. Seriously, got to do the lawns. Got a bunch of laundry and cleaning to do. And then my plan is to do a foot soak and a face mask and blob. And yeah, I think watching something with you would be wonderful. Negro, fuck's sake. Yeah. Maybe. I could just... Yeah, I mean, if it's too wet tomorrow, I can't do it anyway. As I said, every time I check the weather, it's supposed to start raining sooner and sooner. And I can't go out too early in the morning, otherwise the ground is too wet with dew. So it's possible I can't do the lawns tomorrow, which I'm okay with. Though it means I have to do it the next day, so at the moment it's saying that rain is supposed to start around 1 o'clock, which is annoying. Yeah. Because they were like, hey, you should start doing your lawns at like 7 o'clock to beat the heat. I'm like, first of all, there's a city ordinance which says you can't do loud things before 8 o'clock in the morning. But also, it's potentially, like, the dew is so heavy that, you know, you can't do the lawns. The grass just gums up the sewing lawnmower just gets gummed up with grass if it's wet. So. See, there's the word thing again. But yes, maybe we can cross fingers, toes, and eyes that it rains. It's too wet and I can't do it tomorrow.
Ooh, Scooby snack.
Thank you, Flam. Put one in the bank. Wait, I'm banking treats now. Let me have a lime one. Yeah, these are really good. These are like Tootsie Rolls, but chewy. And the citrus flavors are so good. Hmm. Hmm. I still want to try those. What's the candy that's not Starburst that you talked about with Siri and Sadie, I think, Alan? Yeah, them. I still need to try those. I think both are appropriate. We got the Tootsie Rolls. I was just gonna grab a couple of bags of like the sort of the cheap boiled sweets. But Flint said because they last me a while, I should get something nicer. So I've got my little treat jar. I still have a ginger candy in there, Necro. one chewy ginger candy. Oh wow. That sounds amazing, but also makes me think of a very hungry caterpillar. No, I was just like, and I was still hungry. I had 1 plum, half an apple, 3 sandwiches, a slice of cake, and I was still hungry. Now I want plums. I swear it's the hibernation. Oh my god, yesterday I picked up some from the closeout store. We got some pretzel sticks. And these are so good. They're like Winn-Dixie brand, but they were 50 cents a pack. And I had to stop eating them because I cut my mouth because I was eating too many of them. But I haven't had them in ages, and it was just like, I'm much more interested in savory than sweet things at the moment. But they were so good. Shit. You're welcome. Always salty. Yeah, I'm like, already. Your cat? When I went out before, Daisy was back to sitting in the sky. Sitting in the rain. Oh, that sounds so good though. It still reminds me of when I was staying at an artist's house back in New Zealand, and he lived in the bush. Like, he genuinely lived in the middle of the bush, and his house was almost entirely just glass. And so it was like one of the nights I was staying there, it was storming, and it was just this wall of glass, and I looked out over the trees, and it was just like thunder in the hills, and it was so pretty. I spent so much time. I stayed there for a week. He was like a friend of the family who had kind of adopted me. Yeah. And he's a well-known New Zealand potter actually, a ceramic artist. But he was quite happy for me to go and stay at his place. He basically stayed in his art studio the entire time I was there. We'd share a meal a day, and he just left me to my own devices. So I read so many books. I was supposed to be studying for exams for university. But yeah, just this one night in the Waitakere Ranges, and just like the rain and the thunder was amazing. And I love his artwork as well. He was really talented potter. I don't know if that's right. Oh, it's pissing down now. And it's thundering. It was a good memory. I was genuinely supposed to be studying for exams. I had 2 suitcases. I had one full of clothes and one full of books. I don't know if I've got any. Find some nice pictures of it. I can't remember his name. Pete or something. But it's basically like a mountain range, and then it works down into a beach. Is Wiki gonna do the thing for it? Oh, here we go. So the picture, like the first picture there and that link, is basically the view that I had from this guy's house, looking out over the window with the storm. That was it. That's all I saw was bush. Nothing else. Oh, wait. Was it... Yeah, it's beautiful. A lot of New Zealand is like that. But it was, even though I was raised with that, like just that environment was even better. Oh, here he is. This fella, John Parker. So the people I used to work with, like I said, they kind of took me under their wing. I started off doing research for them. So I was reading a lot of social psychology, sort of developmental stuff as research, but they also have an amazing art collection of New Zealand artists and have these massive curated collections. And so I met John Parker, this ceramic artist, through them, and he was just a really lovely guy. So, and his artwork is just stunning. Like, I never thought ceramics could be that cool. But yeah, his work is beautiful, and he just has a really lovely home too. Oh, there's a picture of his home. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, now you can, this is it. Oh my god, I'm so excited. So in that picture at the top, like the part of it, the house at the top, that's the bedroom. So the window facing to the left is just like solid glass, and then to the side that's his home, and it's just a really lovely home, and it's just surrounded by the bush. Just random things. Yeah, so it's on like a steep-ish hillside. And so it's like lots of little levels. It's like a mezzanine. So the sort of the porch areas on the right side and the left side aren't on the same levels. It sort of staggers. Yeah, it was a beautiful house. I was incredibly lucky for him to let me just go and stay with a week. Like, just a random old me, and he let me go and stay there. But yeah, it's almost like every level's like a half a floor up or down from the previous one. So when you see me play The Sims, it's basically like that kind of thing. But that balcony there, I spent time there pretending to study, but actually just reading. And so that was my New Year's one year. My friends were having a party and I was just like, I'm just gonna stay here and sit in the bush where it's nice and quiet. And then like way down underneath the room on the left is, he had this big studio with all his pottery and stuff. Yeah, just such a dream house. I don't know if this article mentions. Yeah, I don't think it mentions. I know, but it was pretty cool actually meeting New Zealand artists. So the family that I knew, the art collectors and my bosses said they took care of me. They looked after me a lot. But they knew as well that my background in hospitality, they would hire me to sort of like, if they did art exhibition openings and stuff, they'd ask me to like basically, I don't know, act as a server, I guess, act as a waiter during these events. So I just sort of wander around and chat with these people and, you know, hand out snacks and drinks in their home. Very lucky. A long time ago. The Waitakere Ranges are a really beautiful national park. It was there that I learned that the native pigeons of New Zealand would get drunk. Like the Māori people would put fermented berries in trees or wait for the pigeons to find the fermented berries, and then they just get drunk and fall out of trees. Yeah. How's a Keruru? I think it's called. Yeah. Really pretty birds. Really fucking dumb. They just get drunk. But it's so wild that people frequently go missing if they fall off the trail. But it's a beautiful park. Silly beggars. That's so. Oh look, wait, it's even here. Oh god, I know I'm like spamming you all with links, but honestly. New Zealand Forest and Bird Society has described the pigeon as clumsy, drunk, gluttonous, and glamorous. It's a beautiful. New Zealand has beautiful birds, but yeah. I mean, we have like, you know, traditional pigeons there as well, but that thing, you know, it's got a really unique sound. Its own bird call. But yeah, they are dumb when they get drunk. And then they just fall out of trees. I used to love it at university. I did summer classes at university because there were less people there. So I do like my classes like when I did Latin, and like the gender studies and social statistics and stuff. That was true, Jim. I did all those as summer courses because it was less people. But it meant that I had like my favorite little places that'd be really quiet. And I had favorite pigeons. I guess they sort of, they knew when people would be in certain areas and like hang out hoping for food. But there's some really pretty ones. I mean, most of them were kind of scody because, you know, they're in the city, but yeah. New Zealand's got beautiful birds. Most of them are pretty dumb. Like male Kia? I think it's the Kia. No, it's not the Kia. It's a kakapo. I'm pretty sure it's a male kakapo. Nests on the ground. And they make these big nests or like massive balls, and they just sit in their nest, make a load of fucking noise trying to attract the girls. Which makes them really easy for like all the predators to find them, and they just sit there making big noises. They make this like booming sound that like resonates through all the valleys. It's weird. New Zealand wildlife is bizarre. But I don't think any New Zealand birds are particularly smart. Oh, with the crown? Some of the birds I miss a tui, which has a really unique bird call, and I can still hear it in my head. It's such a distinctive sound. There's a tui, and I miss fantails as well. But tuis are beautiful birds. Yeah, the mighty caribou. I think there's been times where they've like, okay, we can't have this bird on the list because everyone's just gonna vote for it. It's really weird seeing an article with Māori names in it. I'm just so Not used to seeing that language anywhere. An absolute unit. But yeah, so the forest and bird do that like every year. I guess it's a fun way of encouraging awareness of the environment, wildlife protection and stuff. But like things like the kiwis and stuff, I don't think they ever really get involved. It's like kind of fun. So like when I was growing up, we didn't have like Girl Scouts. Well, I mean Girl Scouts was there, but instead of Girl Scouts we had guides in New Zealand. And leaders instead of, I don't know what leaders are called here. Oh yeah, that's what happened to Stephen Fry. Oh, not Stephen Fry, to his buddy. Mark Howardine had a kakapo shag his head. But yeah, so the leaders, like guide leaders in New Zealand, they take on the name of usually they take on the name of a native bird. I guess just as a thing. So I chose fantail as mine when I was a leader. It's a really funny clip. If you can find a clip of it, it's fucking hilarious. It also obviously hurt like hell, but Mark Howardine just let it happen. But it is the funniest thing, and that bird is just the happiest fucking bird ever. That whole show, actually, it was called Last Chance to See, I think. And it was like a sequel to a show that Mark Howardine had done with Douglas Adams. And then Stephen Fry was also friends with Douglas Adams. So those two decided to do a show following up on the creatures that were in the first episode. Yeah, he was messed up. And Kakapo was happy though. I never get old of that video though. Like, how many people have been? Well, actually, to be fair, I think a lot of people have been shagged by that Kakapo. Kakapo, for those who don't know, is like a big, giant, goofy-looking parrot, kind of. And they're absolute troublemakers. They are all like little shits. Every single one of them are troublemakers. I don't even know how I got onto that little weird tangent. Oh, seeing the storm through John Parker's house. All right. It's weird, like some of those experiences that I had, I don't feel like they happened to me. They happened to someone else. And we shared the memories. They didn't happen to me. I don't know how that makes sense. guess maybe it's just because it's like where I am now is so different to where I was then. Hi, Molly. Just talking about all the silly birds in New Zealand. Pigeons that get drunk and birds that shag humans and stuff. The land of silly burbs. I might go back one day. Beans? Oh. Beans. A bald cardinal. Beans. That's so much stuff. Hi. Hello. What's a bald cardinal other than a bird? Cardinals are the red birds, right? We get them here. I think I've ever seen a bald cardinal. Oh no, like an actual cardinal with no feathers. Okay, I thought it was like a type of cardinal. Aw. Wonder what, that's interesting. I wonder what triggered that. We have a pair of cardinals that nest in our property every year. They seem to sort of, there's like an area in the yard that they prefer, but they'll sort of move year to year. Between them and the blue jays are really aggressive, but very pretty. How are your house burbs? What were they called? Not sparrows. A tufted titmouse. House finches, that's it. Yeah, Flynn's, we've got a feeder with a solar powered webcam that I need to install. And that should be a fun one to set up. I just have to get the ladder out because I don't want to put it so low that someone can steal it. Tufted titmouse. Watch something where a character's thing was like titmouse. Tuft titmouse or something. Really are. It is. Blue-footed booby. I almost wore that t-shirt today, but I think I need to make an alteration because the neckline's too high. My 3Ts mug. might have to look it up. Yeah, kept on hearing the phrase tough titmouse, but I don't remember what show it was in. Alright, good luck, Jim. Or I guess good luck for kiddo or assessment. I'm sure they'll nail it. It wasn't from the good. Everything's saying the good doctor. I don't think it was a good doctor. Something for that. Apparently, it's an old turn of phrase. Interesting. It's thundering again. Jeez, I can't even see our map marker in this mess. It's messy. I don't mind if I don't have to go outside. I do need to get the trash out though. Hopefully I can get a break in the rain. Oh no, it's gonna suck trying to get the trash out. They're gonna be all full of water. I need a bio break. I will be back in a tick. Oh. Oh, it's 9 o'clock already. Expecting it to be later. We made good progress. I still got the. I do still have the purple filter on. Okay. I keep forgetting that I can knit from the webcam rather than looking down. Can't really do that so comfortably with crochet. It's a bit weird, but I can. Yeah, I really like how this is coming out. Wish the color would work better on camera, but I like it. It's gonna be so pretty. Yes. Hmm. Oh. Yeah, could be. I've not reacted that way before, but I guess there's no reason why it couldn't start. That's something to keep an eye on. I do feel a little bit more clear-headed now, but I still feel not quite 100%. But not tearful, panicky. So I'll take it. Honestly, I think streaming is helping. Yeah. But I don't mind when my hips and legs and things don't function properly, but I don't like it when my brain. I'll keep it. I'll talk to Flint and let him know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I could just feel like, I don't know. It was just like I literally couldn't finish a sentence. And I couldn't, like, sometimes, I get like, I know sometimes I talk too fast And so I'll start saying something and then I'll switch sentence and then I'll switch sentence and then like, 5 minutes later I'm talking about something completely different. But that's normal for me. But I generally couldn't brain the second half of whatever it was I was trying to say. But it's fine. I do feel clearer headed now. So. And I was listening to the rain when I went for a wee before, and that kind of helped too. That was a nice sound. Okay, no, we're good. I mean, rain always makes me wee. As toast, every time it rains in Project Onward, I've got to stop to go take a pee break. Stupid realistic rain sounds. But no, rain sounds help me relax, as long as I'm not having to deal with a leak. I have such a Walmart bladder. The slightest thing and I've got to go pee. God forbid I sneeze and it's raining. Yeah. But back home I would say a warehouse bladder. A warehouse is like a super cheap chain, like a cheap department store. And if you say you've got a warehouse bladder in New Zealand, everyone knows that you've just got like a weak ass bladder that's really useless. And there's no equivalent. It was like a Walmart bladder. That'll do. Oh, bing bong. And shortly. When I was in England, it was a Primark bladder. But you've got to, you've got to adjust your idiomatic phrases to suit wherever you live. Well, I mean, that kind of works too. Speaking of which, need to drink more. Not yet. Give it 10 minutes. I used to be good. I could go through a whole shift when I did bar work and not have to worry about it. Yes, you should all do the hydrate. Take care of your meat suits. And the brain meats too. Kind to yourselves. Yeah, do that. I did a stretch when I went to the loo. I feel like I'm okay there. Cats. There is so much of my hair getting knitted into this. So much hair. That's true. It's just kind of, you know, like personalizing your work. And it's kind of like, you know, laying claim to it too, you know? Like, someone else could say they made it, but it's my hair on the blanket. Oh, man, the center pull on this skein of yarn is stinging me off. So I'm getting tangled up. Not supposed to do that. There's been a couple of times where I've done commissions for people and I'm like, like to hold it up and like kind of like snip most of my hair out of it. It's probably when you get long hair, it gets hair. Shed so much and yet I still have so much hair. It's just fine. It's everywhere. I think maybe like leaving some strands of hair in a project is probably better than like peeing in the corner of a room or something. Especially if it's a commission. I'm very glad it's cooled down. Oh, I forgot I had like a little doll that I was working on as well. Quite heavy doing this. Probably not as exciting as Granny Squares, but this is comforting. That's one of your older girls, right? The new medicines for the arthritis. It sounds pretty good to me. Like, hey, Mom, I'm ready for my treats now, please. Oh, that works. Uh, until I get about halfway through my yarn, and then I'll start decreasing. Or until I go, okay, that's big enough. Whichever comes first. I've got a lot of this purple yarn left. Yeah, because it's a square pattern. I can just, like, that's the same as what I'm doing for the other blanket. I just went until I had like just over half of the yarn left and went, okay, now I'll start. Oh, wait, yeah. And then I started decreasing. And that way, it's the size. It's a size. So we'll see. I could probably figure out the gauge and get an idea. At the moment, I've got like using a 1,000 yard skein of white. And then the purple yarn is about, it's not a full skein, but it's about like 600 yards, I think, in here. So I shouldn't have to change in a while, which is great because less knots. But yeah, I was like, I don't know, there's like this blanket and then there's that which way fillet pattern that you were working on. I like because you don't have to measure. You can just like do it. And then you're done when you're done. You've had so much going on though since you started doing it. So much stuff. Cheers. Yeah. Well, you've already started on a different path. You're doing great. I definitely feel that. I feel like I need to do something. So I was trying to think of, like, I feel like I need to make a change or something. That's why I was like thinking about like the tutorials or something different. Like, I love streaming and I don't want to stop streaming, but I feel like I need something extra. Yeah. I feel like I could do pretty well with the tutorials if I try. I just have to take time to figure out what I want to do exactly. We're talking earlier about doing product reviews because I keep on getting all those beauty boxes and samples and shit. I was contemplating at some point, once I get things figured out, is cut streaming back to 4 days a week and then do other stuff for the other day of the week. Where I don't know, I'm not there yet. sounds are steady right now though, so that's cool. I'm still very excited about all the extra space in my room though. That was kind of cool. I have a couple of ideas for like small things that I can change in my room that will make me happy. Yeah, I had an old office chair in here, the chair I had before this thing, and it was just been sitting here since I got it last year in the way, taking up a whole lot of space. I got tired of waiting for help. I decided just to do it myself. And now I have floor space. So nice. Very nice. It was great to have though when Sadie and her wife came to visit. It meant that there was somewhere for everyone to sit. But I didn't need it. It means though I've got room to put the treadmill down, but I've also got room on the floor if I want to try and do some more. Remember those well, I don't know like how much exercise, but you sent me like a bunch of yoga exercises last year that I never quite got around to trying. So maybe I can finally have enough space to try that out. But I've got some pictures that I want to put up on my wall. Some photos I took a couple of years ago. Not fancy photos or anything, but I want to put them up on my wall. I don't know if I can get to them easily. So, Flint's mum and I, we went on a road trip a few, and I took these 3 photos. We were up in, oh, they're filthy. We were up in the mountains, up in the Smokies. Oh man, the color on that is washed out. Oh, there we go. That's kind of better. Oh, these look so, so dusty. Dusty. But it's just a series of 3 photos I took where I just like took a picture and then moved a little bit and then took another picture, so I don't even know which is which. Right. Wait. The colors are still not quite right. But, oh, actually, this one and this one, you can see the tree in the over here. Whoop. It's the same tree there. One edge of the picture to the other. That one. And I don't know. The full colors in it are really pretty. So I took this little triple set of pictures, and I was like, I really need to get them up on my wall. Goodbye, prints of that. I mean, I could just send you the photos. Oh, but yeah, that was from the road trip. So Flint's mum and I, we decided to travel to Pigeon Forge in Tennessee, but we didn't have a plan. We just wanted to see the full colors, and we just drove. And like, you know, randomly, man, this just killing it here. Color's a little bit better. It's still really, man, the color on this camera is so washed out. Drives me nuts. Yeah, it was really pretty. You can see it was like really foggy up on the mountain. We just wanted to see the fall colors, so we just like randomly stopped at different places on the way. Yeah, no, I can't. I think this webcam is slowly dying. It doesn't do well at colors, but yeah, I had another couple of colors. I had this camera and it wasn't, I didn't understand what HDR was at the time, so I took all of the pictures in HDR, which gave everything a slightly 70s sort of yellowish, almost like a really like saturation, high saturation, which is fine. It just, I didn't understand what the setting was when I did it. It was a lovely trip though. Yeah, man, I love that sort of thing. I think I like those pictures because there's so many memories. I don't know if I've got them. Can I search by date here? Oh, I have got them in digital form. That's super grainy though. Oh my god, that's super grainy. Like, if you're not careful, I'm just gonna end up doing a slideshow. Oh man, these are like sketchy photos. I mean, they're not sketchy, but what is that? Reindeer? Moose? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Yeah, we stopped at some really pretty places. Bye, Joe! This was like 8 years ago. Jesus. Good night, Molly. Have a wonderful sleep. I don't know. Where is that? Oh, it's right there. Trees. Yeah, we went, like, we started off in Charlotte and like worked our way, like, I was like, pumpkins. I take lots of photos of leaves. What was this? River. I think that might have been in Cheyenne. Reindeer? Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, this was all, like, we basically went through the mountains from the Carolinas over into Tennessee. Oh, wow, this is a nice picture. But the pictures are so grainy. Oh, there we are. There's the trees. You can see the color in those properly. That's what we went to see, was all the pretty colors. That's Pigeon Forge. That's not so exciting. Pigeon Forge itself was a really pretty place, but I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh yeah, there was this road called the Tail of the Dragon that was bonkers. Coming back from Tennessee into Georgia, I think. And it's like super wide. Like there's a reason they call it Tail of the Dragon. It's because it's like super windy. I don't know if any of you remember me talking about like having like homemade cider, and it was right next to that river. Yeah, we found a water dam. Yeah, well, that's it. Nothing super exciting there. I just wish I might be able to do some post-processing and make those pictures a bit sharper. Yes. Yeah. Yep. That sounds familiar. But yeah, we didn't have any plans, so we basically just traveled, and then we'd be like, okay, we'll just find a hotel or sorry, a motel wherever we stopped, and be like, okay, this is where we stopped for the night. And then when we got to Pigeon Forge, we were supposed to go on this like art trail, which is just like a map of like little art studios out of town that you can like go visit. But I got us lost. So we ended up doing this like big drive through like farmland and shit. That was really pretty. Yeah, it was a nice trip. It's traveling with Flynn's mom was a really lovely experience. We're both comfortable enough with each other. We don't need to talk all the time, so we can sit there and comfortably just hang out, you know, for a couple of hours and not necessarily talk constantly, you know. Coffee. Yeah. Yes. I've resorted to a spray bottle in the bathroom, so as soon as I see one, I just like squirt it and make it so it like round and I mean, my bot just crashed. All right, Ollie, have a good sleep. Chat tomorrow if we need to about something to watch. Hope you feel better tomorrow. Thank you for the company. That's some big thunder rumbles. Thank you. You too. I will. Hello.
Ooh, Scooby snack. Ruh.
Have an orange one this time. Yes, you too, Flam. It's Sunday. You're allowed. Cheating. So we caught up with our squares earlier today, Will, so I'm just working on a nice simple blanket for myself. Oh, I forgot to reactivate the purple. Purple power! I'm really glad that this has started to drape now. I was worried that it was going to be too tightly woven to drape nicely. So plans next week, Palia. That's all I got. Trucks on Saturday, probably. Crochet on Sunday. But the rest of the week I have no other plans. I expect to play Palia, but I could also have Satisfactory or something else pop up, depending on how much I get into Palia. I think I'll probably be solidly into it for a week or two. Think wrap up after the row is finished. Go take a shower. See what we got going on. Oh, okay, you know what? I'll keep going for a little while because I think Littles is gonna start stream soon. We can write some Littles. Chaos. My spidey sense kicked in perfectly. All right. I'm gonna drop a raid on Little. She's just started stream, so you know, I mean like that. I will see you guys on Wednesday. I'm gonna go drink a bunch of water and do some self-care. Thanks for hanging out with me this week. Oh, I fucking did it wrong. Yeah. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good evening. Take care of yourselves, and I'll try and take care of myself. And thank you, Luna. I appreciate you bunches. I'll catch you in a couple of days. I know you can hear a little stream right now in the background, just for some extra chaos. Bye, friends. Bye-bye.